Nie ma miśki. Dajcie chwilę. Witam, z tej strony Dark Black. Gramy w Genshin Impact, Liyue. Będziemy robili kolejne misje. I nie wiem, tam jakoś... Chciałem powiedzieć eksplorować, ale raczej wy nie lubicie takich tematów. Dajcie mi jeszcze minutkę, dwie. Se zakopcę. Blać. Zrobiłem sobie kawę, herbatę. I obie gorące, którą to pić. W weekend sobie włączyłem grę. Eksplorowałem region Midlin chyba. Nie wiem, jak on się nazywa. Midlin. Zobaczymy. Doszłem do połowy. Czyli tu... Tu? Czy tu mi zostało? O. Jakieś... z 200 skrzyń? To jest 60%. No to jakieś 100, nie wiem, 170, 180. A w ogóle odblokowałem tu ten region. To się odblokuje dopiero jak misję zrobimy światową. Czy tam główną, już nie pamiętam. Także tu jeszcze to odblokowałem Fontaine. Już cały region, żeby było widać. Dlatego, że dropła mi nawia. Miałem robić to na nagraniu i itp. itd., ale mówię, daj, mówię, bez nagrania może będę miał lepsze szczęście. Czekaj, nie tak. Napisałem. Muzykę muszę włączyć. Podczas eksplorowania. Jak to się nazywa? Midlin. Opuściłem sobie creepypasty. Co tu chciałem? Napisałem. I dobra. Czy tu już zrobione? Musimy dźwięk. Audio. Daj na trójkę. Yep. Będzie muzyka? Graj! Coś. Zaraz. Nabijam. Pieszy się wamek. I tak, dropła mi nawia. Tylko, że miałem hardpity. Dropła mi na 70 coś. 74, ale po dychach losowałem, także zaraz wam pokażę historię. O dziwo, pierwszy raz na standardowym banerze dropły mi dwie bronie po kolei, 5-gwiazdkowe. Dropnęła mi... dropnął mi miecz i katalist, tak zwane te dla magów. A. Teraz wam pokażę. Tak. Tego nie losowałem. To losowałem. Ororona mi dropło C1. Cześć Monisz. IFE mi nawet dropło C2. Tu się zryłem, bo na internecie tam specjalnie po IFE losowali, żeby 4 dostać i rzadko kiedy im wypadał. A mi dropnęło na C2. Jest nawia. Tyle. Mamy 4 PT. Dobra. Na dychu to nic. No nawia, Ororon, Laila. Kolejny Ororon. Ifa, pierwszy. Znaczy nie, od tyłu strony powinniśmy lecieć. Dobra. I tak. Pierwsza dycha. Ororon mi wypadł. Później Dzida. Później drugi Ororon. To nie wiem co to jest. Miecz chyba. Rain Slasher. Później Ifa. Ifa drugi. Później C2. Ifa. Kolejny Ororon. Ororon, Laila, nawia w końcu. A na standardzie to było tak. Aquila Favonia. Nie wiem co to jest. Support wodny, Cinciu. Ten co czytał książki. Kolejny. Kolejna broń. I tu Favonius. Mówię akurat dla Navi będzie. Jakieś dziadostwo. Tak. To mi wypadło. To mi wypadło. Oko percepcji. To już było i to. Tak. Miecz z Elementar Mastery. Claymore. O, to już dziadostwo. No i tak. Claymore Favonius dla Navi. No i te 2 złote bronie. Tego już trochę ulepszyłem. I to jest, patrzcie, dobre. Tu ma level 70. 430 ataku prawie. Tu ma 340 i bonus 26. A ten na levelu 70 ma 28. Crit rate. A tak. Nie wiem. Może dam go dla Lisy. Bo książkę na razie nie mam żadnej postaci, która używa katalistu. Pierwszy artefakt złoty. Dropnęłem go jak eksplorowałem Minlin z tymi 9 filarami. Tam było coś takiego. I tu jeszcze zebrałem trochę tych baniek dla Navi już. Także tak, Navi już mamy na 40 levelu. Nie mam książek, żeby ją dać do 50. Nie mam hajsu. Się wystrzelałem ze wszystkiego. IFA.
Huh?
wiecie co jest najlepsze? Ja nawet nie wiedziałem, że ten gość na tym ptaku lata, nie?
Hey,
Jak
get out! Cuckoo!
tutaj macie te skrzydła czy coś, to on lata na ptaku. Ororon też może latać. No i tak, Ororon, ten mi wypadł. Ta Saju. No i to. I Navia. Ja się martwiłem, że nie będę miał katalistu dla Navi. Znaczy tych, co robią te kryształy. I zamieniłem Travelera na Geo. Czyli pod element ziemi. Tak jak Navia. Żeby mogli ze sobą współgrać. I robić te elementy. Się rozgadałem, a zapomniałem palić. No i tak. Tu już mam na 62. Tu mam na mało. Tu tych dwóch praktycznie nie ruszałem. Tutaj nawet nie wiem co zebrałem. Tutaj i tutaj przez przypadek tutaj odblokowałem jakiś teleport. Zebrałem jeden ten wodny Oculus. Że co? To sobie robi powoli te mapki na 100%. Znaczy ja to i tak na razie tutaj to zrobię. Zrobimy misje fabularne i prawdopodobnie ruszymy do Inazumy. Tutaj. Także tutaj też będę musiał mapki porobić na 100%. No i co? Tutaj nie ma już Inazumy i później pójdziemy tutaj do Kazm. Tu jest Sumeru. No, tu jest Sumeru. Tu jest jeszcze Sumeru. Tu jest Fontaine. No i tutaj wejście do Natlan. Tu jest teleport, ale na razie nie będę tego ruszał. Dlatego, że od tej pory będziemy robić to w kolejności. Byle jakie, ale jest. Dzisiaj porobimy Archon Questa pierwszo. Zrobimy Archon Questa i porobimy jakieś misje poboczne. Może po tych wszystkich misjach będę miał jakiś hajs w końcu. Tak. Kawy się nie napiję, bo gorąca. Herbata też. Haj. No i dobra. Idziemy robić misję. Dobra. Dawaj tu mikrofon. Słuchajcie, tu muszę się sprawić, żeby mnie tu kabel od słuchawek nie ciągnął. Dobra. Słuchawki poprawione. No, kabel. Teraz tu się z tej strony poprawić, pod łokieć. Najlepsze jest to, że zrobiłem kawę. Zrobiłem herbatę, przyniosłem. Było 5 minut przed 19. I tak nie wiem, coś myślałem i w ogóle się zatraciłem w myślach. Patrzę, oprzytomniałem i patrzę, to już 19:01. Dawaj szybko. Włączamy i lecimy. No tak, nie kliknąłem misji. Trochę misji jest do robienia, także będzie co robić. A jeszcze... Jakby to nie jest kliknięte. W Dragonspine się odnowiło. Będzie trzeba tam podejść, dać owoca. Jest i żongli.
Well, as it stands, we've
Ciekawe,
hired
kiedy żongli
helpers,
będzie
and we've
na
acquired the
banerze.
everlasting incense. The completion of our preparations is not far off.
Pan jakoś nie wystarczy się tak dziadowsko czuje w tej grze.
Finally!
Well, traveler, have you gained anything from our adventures? Odd?
Odd.
Which is it, I wonder? The questions that such travels raise are ever so complicated. Well, I'll leave you to ruminate over it yourself. As to remuneration for your help, I've decided to treat you to a meal. Oh, yes, don't worry. I will remember to bring the Mora this time. Tonight, I shall take you both to an old hole in the wall, praised throughout...
Hole in the wall? As in a cool restaurant?
Dziura w ścianie.
Indeed. Let us meet near the harbor, at third round knockout.
Okej. Żongli nam wstawia jedzenie. O kurde. O! A nie wiedziałem, że tu woda jest. I tak. I tak. Tu. A no tak. Żongli, jego ulubiona restauracja. Na rogu. Shit.
Ah, you're here. There's no need to order. I've already done. Third round knockout is not for lightweights, like those taverns in Mondstadt. Here, the owner does not take such unorthodox orders as fruit juice. I ordered some wine-fermented sweet rice balls for you, if that counts.
If it is to your liking, dear customers, I shall continue the tale of Lady Ningguang's jade.
Hey, there's even a storyteller here! Great atmosphere!
Besides fine wine, the excellent ambiance is the reason why this place is so well loved. But when I say ambiance, I refer to a different sort from the one the Tevat travel guide uses to judge other establishments.
As you all know, high above the land of Liyue lies a pavilion in the clouds, a palace in the mist. What does it mean to have all-seeing eyes? This, my friends, Lady Ningguang's masterwork that bridges earth and sky. Imagine, the weather is clear, and you gaze down from the deck on the world below. Behold, the glorious sights of Liyue Harbor, stretching out far and wide. They say that when Lady Ningguang ponders important affairs, she retreats to her jade chamber with none but her 3 closest confidants in tow. Why brings she these trusted 3 to sift through sources, dig through documents, looking for information? Piece by piece, facts and figures paint a picture on the walls of the chamber. But well before the wall is filled, Lady Ningguang's mind is made up. Having made her call, she has every last document shredded, and whoosh, she scatters the shavings out her window. Ah, look at them, how they billow in the wind like a sudden swirling blizzard. As the fragments fall, traces of text flicker before the eyes of the merchants of Liyue, like ink stains in white snow. The saying goes, the rarest treasures in the land are the words brought by the paper snow. For the words of the Tianquan have the power to move mountains, and all throughout the land know it. These are but scraps of paper, and yet they guide Lady Ningguang's hand. Such is their value.
Okej.
Merely grasping one or two of them will surely gift you a fragment of her wisdom, enough to stay a step or two ahead of your peers.
Tianquan Ningguang. Feels like we're hearing this name a lot. Liyue locals talk about her. The Fatui hate her. She's most likely the one who hid the Exuvia, and we saw her at the rite of dissension. Huh. Paimon wonders what sort of...
At last I have found you. You who returned from Jueyun Karst.
Who's there?
Wait, I am not with the Millelith, nor am I here to claim your bounty. However, I am an emissary of the Liyue Chising. My name is Ganyu. Well, in concrete terms, I am the corporate secretary for the Chising. At the moment, I am serving as Lady Ningguang's special emissary.
Ningguang sent you? We were literally just...
My apologies, you who have returned from Jueyun Karst. I am duty-bound and cannot extend my courtesy to you in full. But I have with me a letter from Lady Ningguang. She extends a formal invitation to you in her capacity as She invites you to her palace in the sky.
An official invitation?
Lady Ningguang said this. Invite him to come here. I wish to meet him. At the Jade Chamber, together we shall snip every one of these entwining dark threads.
Dostaliśmy zaproszenie na latający pałac.
And with that, the emissary who called herself Ganyu just disappeared. But we've received an invitation from the Liyue Chising. Paimon still can't believe it. We'll be meeting people that have way more money than Paimon could ever count. We should be on our best manners.
An invitation to visit the Jade Chamber is a rare honor indeed. You'd best be on your way now. But don't forget about the rite of parting. Once you've finished at the Jade Chamber, meet me at Dihua Marsh.
Don't worry, we won't forget. Dihua Marsh. We'll see you there.
Okej, 38 poziom. Hurra. Daj kontrolę mnie. Dostaliśmy konstelację.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Ja. Gimme. Tu. Ej, myślałem, że dostaniemy primogemów trochę. A tu lipa. Łaj. Niebieska kulka. Dopiero tutaj dostaniemy 100. Ale już jeszcze trochę i... Ciekawe, czy jestem... Czy postacie jakieś pobuduję, zanim będziemy mieli 50 AR? Dobra, tam jest misja. Trzeba to zaznaczyć, żebym nie zapomniał. Nie to. Tu. Misja. Dobra. Pewnie też jakieś misje były. Tu była. Tu. Idziemy. Gdzie? Jak mamy się tam dostać? What the heck? Story quest. Kolejny quest. My to akceptowaliśmy? Jest. Dobra, tu jest lutnia. Mona też biedna jest. Żongli tak samo. 40 poziom. Tu nam jeden poziom brakuje. Albedo. I tutaj odtąd będzie Inazuma. Będzie Sumeru odtąd. I tu odtąd będzie Fontaine. A jedna to będzie Cieniu Valley. No w sumie to będzie bardziej Liyue. To będzie Fontaine dalej. Jak to się nazywa? Sumeru, Fontaine, Fontaine, Natlan, Inazuma, Mondstadt. No ale dobra, niech i będzie. No ale na razie tego nie będziemy robić, co to mi tu się... dostaniemy to! Ja chcę. Crafted, nawikate. Gdzie to mnie tam... Szlak. Ijo. Niżej. Jak to niżej? Ijo. Oj! Ijo. A, no tak, tu odblokujemy misję dla Liyue. Z zaufaniem, czy co tam? Reputacja. No tak, zapomniałem, jak to się nazywa. Ale mamy jeszcze do zrobienia Mondstadt do 100%, także... Olać. 100. Dobra, drugi. No i fajnie. Co tu jest? Geoculus. Złapałem wszystkie. Zrobiłem, ulepszyłem statuę do maksymalnego poziomu, żeby właśnie mieć te 9 kulek. I zrobiłem. Że weekend miałem zajęty. Robiłem geokulusy i zacząłem eksplorować skrzynię w Minli. No i tak. Ciekawe, czy to możemy już wytwarzać. Fajnie by było. To chciałem jeszcze kliknąć. Naucz się. No i... To jest teleport. No tylko chcę zobaczyć. Możemy czy nie. No już powinni nam odblokować to. Dalej nie. Dalej nie możemy wytwarzać tych podwójnych resinów. Szkoda trochę. Nie wiem, kiedy to się odblokuje. Może w Inazumie? Może, nie wiem, kiedyś? Co to mi tu wyskoczyło? O, kulka. Trzeci akt. Okej, czyli dwójkę ukończyliśmy. Co to mi tu wyskoczyło znowu? No tak, konstelacja. Aha, trade. Trochę dziwne, ale dobra, niech im będzie. Instalacje, profil. Co to mi tu wyskoczyło znowu?
How does a person
Chichi.
do you think that Chi-Chi?
Cii. Cii. Misja. Sklerozo, jedna misja. Musimy się teraz tam wspiąć. Ślak by to. Dobra, może tutaj da radę jakoś. O! Aj mnie przysuszyło. Czekajcie. O. Dobra. Niech się zregeneruje. Jak odblokowałem tutaj tą statuę na maksymalny level, zdobyłem maksymalną staminę, czyli 240 punktów. Trochę szkoda, bo patrzcie, ile tu jest dalej regionów. To jest... a dobra, już nawet nie będę pokazywał. Jest Sumeru, Inazuma, Fontaine, Natlan, a oni tylko dali do 200. Już mogli dać do 300. To by im szkodziło. Że co, że byśmy szybciej biegali?
Look up there! That's the Jade Chamber!
Jak my się tam dostaniemy? Widzimy coś tutaj.
This is bad. Paimon's supposed to be your guide.
Zapiemy Paimon za rączki i...
Well, since we want to go to the Jade Chamber, let's look around. There has to be...
Tu coś pokazuje. Światek. Światek. Jak teraz nie mam... O, Nemo. Każą mi brać postaci Nemo. Anemone. Dobra.
My experiment will
No tak, to pomoże.
Stand clear. Hey, look! There's some sort of mechanism. Since this is the right place, it must have something to do with the Jade Chamber. No way, just try...
Instynkt Paimon. Okej. Co, wyłączyło się? What the fuck? Te umiejętności się będą 2 lata ładować.
Animal test 63.
Dobra.
It only takes us up to here. Aw, if that wind current was stronger, we'd be able to reach the top in one go. Huh? Why? Or... Oh, Paimon gets it! If it was a secret, Ganyu wouldn't have let us try to find it ourselves, right? Alright, let's follow your plan, then we can... Oh, hang on a moment. Looks like we've gotten close to the Guizhong Ballista. Why don't we shoot you up to the Jade Chamber using the ballista?
A, nie dziękuję.
Aw.
Życzenie śmierci? No, na pewno.
Oh, that's... Now that you mention it, we could use the Guizhong Ballista to see if there's an...
No i dobra. Gdzie to nas prowadzi? Tak. Ciekawe jak oni tam zobaczyli tą balistę. No to tam. Ale ściemę walą. Ja cię kręcę. Dobra.
Oh, I'm looking forward.
Leciem. Tylko ty. Jakieś strażnicy tu są? Why? Hello?
Halt!
Kanda
Who
Hoshi mówi.
trespasses on these hallowed grounds?
Kanda Hoshi mówi.
Exactly. What are you talking about? We're invited guests. What makes you think you can treat us like this? No. Wait. Maybe this was Ningguang's plan all along. She pretended to invite us to the Jade Chamber, but set up a Millilith ambush here to arrest us. Now Paimon's mad. You, over there. This is a trick, isn't it? How shameless.
What? We're just on guard duty. What do you mean, shameless?
What nonsense! Seize these suspicious intruders at once!
Well, here they come. Line up.
Masz beczkę na głowę.
Who goes there?
Jeszcze was tu więcej.
To dust! Target alive!
Ja cię. Tulnę. Jeszcze.
Attack!
Czekaj, ja wam... Patrzę.
Terra smash!
Łapeczkę. Hono. O, ja cię zaatakuję. Już.
Stop! What's all this about?
Lady Kuching, these two strange people suddenly appeared. They seem to have designs on the Guizhong ballista.
Who are you calling strange?
Okej.
You want to go to the Jade Chamber?
We're invited guests here to look for the Liyue Qixing.
Well, as it happens, I am one of the Liyue Qixing.
Oh,
I'm Kuching, the Yuheng of the Qixing. I know of you, traveler. You're Ningguang's guests, yes? Didn't expect to meet you here in the
wow. Paimon didn't think we'd meet some super rich big shot out here in the middle of nowhere either.
The Guizhong ballista in Tianheng Pass has long been in disrepair, and yet it was fixed in a single night. I came here to investigate. These Millilith are just here to guard the scene, not to arrest anyone.
So this was all a misunderstanding?
Anyway, for a mortal to be able to repair an Adepti mechanism is quite the mystery.
That was... Huh? Oh, right. So, Lady Yuheng...
Just call me Kuching. I'd say that Ningguang's purpose is to request that the savior of Mondstadt take a more neutral
A kto jest
stance.
trzecią?
Or at least
Już
to
nawet
not
nie wiem.
wholly side with the Adepti.
Ganiu, Kici?
We're not taking sides.
Kto jest?
We spoke with the Adepti. They want to protect Liyue as well.
When you say protect, you're referring to their sanctimonious arrogance, aren't you?
Huh?
You are mortals and thus under their protection. There was no way they would have regarded you as someone with the ability to assassinate. Naturally, they would also regard Ningguang's locking down the area, questioning the citizenry, and pursuit of the assassin to be pointless. I'll say it like it is. They're underestimating us.
Well, you've got a point there. Still, this is the first time Paimon's seen a person from Liyue who doesn't respect the god...
Should I respect the shallow sense of time and condescension to mortals that has caused them to delay in moving against it? Forget it. I shouldn't speak of them this way. This skepticism is mine alone. And either way, I will admit that the actions of the Adepti this time were quite... Rex Lapis's death is indeed an extraordinary circumstance. But to think that they would call for a council of Adepti rather than come down here... How surprisingly civilized of them. Well, for Ningguang,
She would talk anything and everything out if she could. The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Chising don't want to face that truth, then what?
Another...
I'll stop here. Honestly, I hadn't intended to say... You should both be off to the Jade Chamber. Don't be late now. Ningguang's schedule is packed to the gills all the way till next... The cream of Liyue's mercantile crop all see ascending to the Jade Chamber as the greatest honor.
Favor?
Bądź poważna.
But, wait, that's right. Greeting gifts are a staple of Liyue.
All right. You can decide on your greeting gift yourselves. Let me tell you how to get to the Jade Chamber. You didn't actually have to come to Mount Tianheng. Go back to Liyue Harbor. Well then. May we meet again, traveler.
Yeah.
Well, that Yuheng may not respect the gods, but Paimon thinks she's a pretty cool person. So, what should we give to Ningguang when we see her? Oh, right! Paimon dreamed of an amazing snack last night. Sugar-frosted slime! Paimon has a feeling that it would be perfect for a soup. Why don't we go with that for a gift? Nope! But Paimon's sure that we just need to make it with some boom shakalaka. Let's
Boom
go gather
shakalaka.
ingredients. Time waits for no one. And
Aj, Paimon, kurde. Bum szakalaka, ty.
Yeah.
Oh no!
ooh, look at that slime. It looks crystal clear and very delicious.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Buchnęliśmy flame'owi nerki. Idziemy zrobić z tego obiad. O.
Huh? Is it just Paimon? Or is there a sweet fragrance in the air? Huh? Did you hear that? No! That was definitely... Uh-oh. It looks like...
Ojej. Ojej, jaka tragedia, jej.
Terra smash.
Ojej.
Yeah. Yeah. Quake. Yeah.
Tak. Czemu oni monet nie zostawiają? Czuję się oszukany znowu.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Łaj. Buchnę wam kwiaty. Ja ci dam.
Terra smash.
Beczka głowa. Dobra, pokonani. A ty uciekaj, chodu. Ej, utkłem! Dobra.
Thank you for your help, kind travelers. If you hadn't come to my aid, I surely would have rotted in this cell. Those treasure hoarders. When their mood was good, they'd rearrange those pots of sweet flowers. When they were in a bad mood, they'd rearrange my face.
Aw, it was nothing. No need to...
I understand. Don't worry. Don't say that. I only escaped this I'm Meng Dan, a supplier for Mingxing jewelry in Liyue Harbor. I often walk around these mountains in search of antiques. I never expected that those treasure hoarders would have their eyes on the same ruins that I had. Before I knew it, they'd caught and imprisoned me. Is there anything that you lack? Antiques, treasure, various knickknacks, you name...
Wait a moment. Actually, we are looking...
Oh? And what might that...
Do you have a box that can store presents? We'd like a pretty one. The kind that you can use to store snacks.
Of course we do. How can one sell antiques without gift boxes? At Mingxing Jewelry, we have the best gift wrapping. Now just give me a moment and I'll let the boss know. You can go see her whenever you require that box.
Great! Paimon sugar frosted slime now comes in a beautiful...
Jaka piściągła. Nie ma skarbów? Dobra, oleć. Później będę sobie eksplorował w swoim tempie. O, a tutaj deszcz. Super, fajnie. Kurde no! Dopiero co siadłem, już mi pośladek drętwieje. What the fuck? Więc misja kolejna. Gdzie to zaznaczę? Tak, tu będzie misja. No odczep się od tego! Tu będzie misja. I tu będzie. Pirat z drzwi zaznaczone. Juhu, juhu! Jesteśmy po pudełko, po ciuczki.
Uncle Mung already told me many of the best goods in our store were found by Uncle Mung. Here, this container is itself an antique, with at least 140 years of history. It's all...
Yep. It's... Hang on a moment. Could we borrow one of...
Sure, please help yourselves.
Traveler, this clay pot looks really awesome. If we use an antique as our mixing bowl, we should be able to make a great snack. It's done! The one and only sugar-frosted slime! Carefully now. Into the box it goes and dust it over with the...
Oh, yes. You might want to use these 2 freshly picked flowers as decorations.
Woohoo! It looks beautiful! Great! Now that we've put all that we've got into this box, let's go to the Jade Chamber.
Dobra. Mamy ciuczki. Tam teraz. Okej. Nie tu, tu. Gdzieś to traf. Tu obok budynku jest ta, co tutaj była. Gdzie to jest? Nie ma. Jakby widać. Czy co to?
Though the clouds may darken and light turn
According to Kuching, this is what we should say. Excuse me, do you sell the moon here?
Yes. How many would you like?
It's not convenient to speak of numbers here.
Ah, well said. Please, use this to ascend to the chamber. Yes, speaking of which, are you...
Yep.
And yet the code they used was not the one for guess, but for the Yuhang. What's going on here?
Yuhang? Kim jest Yuhang? Dobra. Jesteśmy w pałacu na niebie. Idzie
I've been waiting for you,
Ningguang
returnee
idzie.
from Jueyun Karst.
It's Ningguang. Since this is our first meeting, we've prepared a gift. I hope you like...
Oh, for me. You have my thanks. It seems that I have made things difficult for you, considering that you were supposed to be my guests.
Oh no, it's nothing.
This palace floats in the skies, higher than the peak of any mountain. From this vantage point, one may survey all of Liyue. I have been gathering the funds necessary to build it from the time I began learning the merchant's craft. And since becoming the Tianquan, I have spared no effort in hiring the best craftsmen to At first, it was but the size of one room. Now, it is large enough to blot out the moon in the skies above Liyue. One day, I believe it will overshadow all 7 nations.
Raczej nie, dzięki. Nie wyjdzie ci.
Not many from outside Liyue earn the right to ascend to the Jade Chamber. But I have been in correspondence with the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, who spoke highly of you. As such, I have been putting eyes and ears out ever since you reached Liyue.
What?
And I finally got wind of your movements when you were on the way to Wangshu Inn.
Uh-oh.
Wait, was Vergoldet one of your people?
Just Vergoldet? No. Everyone at Wangshu Inn is one of ours. At the Guizhang Ballista.
You weren't peeking on us from the skies the whole time, were you?
I fear that peeking would have been a little difficult from this altitude. Our eyes and ears are more than sufficient. You two are very interesting people, after all. It would be natural to take an interest. Well, I wouldn't expect you to trust us, considering that you have had far more interactions with the Adepti. The reason I invited you here was to clear up some misunderstanding.
Gdzie idziemy? Kawa? Herbata? Skaczemy?
I believe that you've heard of the Archon War. Many gods used to walk this earth, and many long wars were fought between them that did not abate until 2,000 years ago. Much blood was shed, and many lives were lost. In the end, only 7 victors remained standing in Tevat. They built cities and nations on the corpses of the vanquished, and thus began the era of the 7. You can see Goyun Stone Forest from here, I trust. It is no natural rock formation. Those are giant spears of rock hurled by Rex Lapis during the war. Beneath the spears lie those cast down by Rex Lapis in those days, gods that failed to seize the title of Archon. Not only is it true that gods may die, but so too has the membership of the 7 changed over the last 2 millennia. Rex Lapis's passing is an unimaginable disaster for Liyue, but the Order of the 7 will not collapse simply because of that. Another Lord of Geo will arise sooner or later. Yet, how are we to forget Rex Lapis? When that time comes, the relationship between the people of Liyue and the gods and Adepti will surely be different from before. Even in a new era, the Liyue Qixing remain. That day at Yujing Terrace, it was also very sudden. Even I was caught completely off guard. You were there, you no doubt saw. But our enemy has long lain hidden within the harbor. If we do not act against them now, they will surely gain the upper hand. Hiding the Exuvio was a necessary maneuver to take the initiative back, to play the spider while our foes scurry about.
Who's this enemy you're talking about?
Patuj.
What do you think, traveler?
Huh? What are you two talking about?
Well answered.
Huh?
The scenery out here is fine indeed, but the wind is a little strong. Our preparations to receive guests within are complete, so please, this way.
Możemy latać, hasać. Ha, ha, ha. Niuch, niuch, niuch. Jakieś skrzynie czy coś? Niuch, niuch. Gdzie się tam tryngalasz? Nic się białego nie świeci. To za lipa. Też nic. No nie gadajcie, że taki wielki zamek i nie ma nigdzie skrzyni ukrytej. To szok. No patrz, nie ma. O, taka lipa.
Wowee! What a huge hall! Paimon's never seen such a fancy place before.
What? Co ty ćpiesz, Paimon? Podziel się. Co to jest? Zamknięte. Tu to jest zamknięte. Juchu, juchu. Czemu mnie? Obraz. Iść tam. Muffin. Muffin. Nigdzie nic nie ma. Dobra, tu widzę, coś się błyszczało tutaj w rogu. Książkę podniosę. Tkłem.
Be at ease, you two. Make
Po co nas
yourselves at home
Bździąga
if you
zaprosiła?
wish.
Kawę, herbatę, piwo, piwo.
I have invited you two here as friends. And when friends come over to play, our enjoyment comes first. Naturally.
Hehe. No, naturalnie, of course. Nie wiem, zaraz.
Ooh, isn't this that legendary wall?
Why, you've kept your ear to the ground, I see.
That's because even the storytellers are talking about it. Everyone's after a piece of paper from that wall. It's super famous.
That's because that wall records Liyue's secrets. Merchants have always been attracted to secrets. But the secrets of the mercantile world are of no interest to you, are they, traveler? You're rather special, really, and I think you're quite aware of that. If possible, I'd like to have you. But if you were to choose the more trustworthy person between myself and Kuching... You'd pick Kuching? Nah, I originally thought her a bit too hard-headed. With someone of her character on the Qixing, I've had some extra messes to clean up behind the scenes. But after she said those words, the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Well, I must say that quite a few of my doubts have been dispelled. I won't deny that Rex Lapis's passing seems advantageous to us. But for Liyue, indeed, it seems that you understood what I meant to say from the very beginning. I called for the gag order and for the exuvia to be hidden to temporarily stabilize the situation, and also to prevent something similar to the incident in Mondstadt. With Rex Lapis's death, the Fatui have busied themselves with many clandestine actions beyond their diplomatic remit.
Okay.
As the Tianquan, one responsible for Liyue, I cannot be too concerned with appearances when opposing them. Allowing the rite of parting to take place was also meant to buy some time for us to take control of Liyue's administration.
It's exactly as The Qixing only provided the venue for the rite so they could use us for their own ends. Wait, that's right. Speaking of ends, could I say one other thing?
Of course.
Paimon's heard that anyone who sends a greeting gift gets a little something in return. So, does that include us?
Właśnie, Paimon.
It's all right. I like direct people. Well, we have made quite a bit of trouble for you recently. How about this? You can pick any one object here as you please, and you may take it with you.
Yay! Paimon was just waiting for you to say that. Let's see, what should we get?
Bierz Ningguang.
What are the sheets on that wall?
What?
Don't look at Paimon like that. One of these sheets of paper will sell for crazy prices, even if it's only as large as Paimon's fingernail. Just imagine how much more a whole untorn sheet would sell for.
Ta.
Let's grab one, the biggest one.
Nie. Bierz Ningguang.
So, you don't have to confirm it with me. Afterwards, why not sit down for a while in the Jade Chamber? Or have a short stroll? Rest is also an integral part of any journey. Come now.
Why? Serio? Potrzebne nam te?
Huh? Well, that was an easy search. The biggest sheet is right up there in the most obvious spot. Let's go with that one. La 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 la.
Jest
Let's see
woda?
what's written on it.
Wysepka?
Huh? There's a place marked with a circle on here. Oh, could it be treasure? Whatever it is, it better make us filthy rich. Let's see what's written over here. Sigil of permission, something, something, Fatui, research, copy. Huh? Aw, that doesn't sound like treasure at all. This piece of paper shows that a Qixing spy discovered traces of classified Fatui research on the Sigil of Permission. Oh, Ningguang did say that the Fatui have been up to all kinds of mischief in the shadows of Liyue. Spreading rumors, wanting to get their hands on the Ark, but research on the Sigil of Permission? Speaking of which, there's also some connection between you and the Sigil of Permission. Seems there's still more for us to find out. Oh, well, should we not go then? Oh, so you're saying that it's precisely because we can't completely trust Ningguang that we should confirm the truth of what she says for, That's way out of Paimon's league. Paimon thinks she's been nothing but good to us. Anyway, we'll see if you're on. Before we look for Zhongli at Dihua Marsh, let's go to the place marked out on these papers and see if the Fatui really are up to...
Uchnęliśmy kartkę. Tun. Idziemy. Tylko na drzwiach. Na drzwiach, na schodach. Trochę długo się spada, co? Fajnie. Było tu? To nie było tu. To było tu? To nie było tu. To było tu? Też nie. Też nie. Nie. Chyba gdzieś była wyspa. To nigdzie tutaj. Łaj, oszukali nas. Oj. Idziemy do miejsca. Patuj. To będzie gdzieś tam. Będzie sobie weźmiemy. Ajajajajajaj. Na razie mnie skrzynie nie interesują. Będę sobie zbierał, to będą mnie wtedy interesowały.
There really were Fatui at the location written down on this piece of paper.
Siema, ziom.
And they look really mad at us too.
No co ty? No, daję. Już myślałem, że się gościu zamieni. No i nie. Wiecie, ile byśmy mieli pieczęci za pokonanie? Patuj?
No escape!
Terra Smash!
Ja cię dam. No i wziął gościu, odszedł. Siadł na dupie. Gdzie jest powietrzny gość? Ja cię srutnę. No i dobra, nie mam wiatru. Ogień. Ej! Patrz, zrobiłem ci schody. Nie ty gnoju.
Terra Smash!
Dodge this!
Nie ma wody! To za ciul. Najgorsze co może być.
Terra Smash!
Masz kuchłę.
Oh, so sorry.
Robimy to tak.
Try not to enjoy this too much. Come a little closer.
Cool it!
Quake!
Goście są wredni. To mamy tu być? Po co my tutaj weszliśmy? Nie wiem. Tam kolejny gościu. Woda. No tak, był lód. Tylko gościu się... No i to będzie... Opatos. Opatos.
There are so many talismans here. And some stacks of blank paper too. Paimon's seen this pattern before. Oh, Paimon knows. But how did a relic... Oh, that's right. Cloud Retainer said that when the Lord of Geo created the Sigil of Permission, it wasn't to be used as some old relic. Talismans like that were once used in the Archon War to channel divine power. Maybe the Fatui are copying the Sigil of Permission in hopes of achieving a similar effect. Being able to channel divine power in battle? Whew, that sounds pretty dangerous. And the plot thickens. We'll need to keep an eye. Alright, that's enough sticking around here. We gotta go meet up with Zhongli soon. The last stop on our rite of parting preparations tour is Let's go!
Okej. Czyli tu już wszystko załatwione. Teraz idziemy do Zhongliego. To jest tu? Why? O! Cieba, gościu. KSW miejsko-wiejskie. Proszę ciebie. Nie trafiłem. Nie trafiłem. Nie trafiłem. Będzie skakał. Osioł. Ogólnie to... Dobra, tu masz. Ciężko trafić. Ja cię dupnę cię zaraz, to zobaczysz. O co? No ta jeszcze sobie podskocz. Dobra.
Terra Smash!
Nie. Jeszcze raz zawalczymy o skrzynię. A tam mag jest. Olać go. Tu gdzieś jest. Więc widzę, stoi pod drzewem. Deszcz pada. Będzie lepiej dla nas pokonywać wrogów. Mam nadzieję.
Right on time. I myself only arrived moments ago. Did you enjoy your visit to the Jade?
It was so big and pretty and expensive. Paimon's never seen such a fancy schmancy place before.
Indeed. It's second to none in all of Liyue. Then you met with Ningguang, I trust? What did you talk about?
She's super rich and so generous. Paimon thinks she's very friendly. Yeah, his take on Ningguang is quite different from Paimon's. He thinks that even the tactless Yuheng...
Oh, so you also met with Keqing then? What did...
She said the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue?
No respect for the divine. Indeed, contrary to the ever-bold Keqing, Ningguang is more of a businesswoman at heart. Although she's friendly, there's no way of clearly discerning her true intentions. Yes, she has only relied on herself to rise to her current position. No, it's said that she's the one behind the constant expansion of the Jade Chamber. It's the second most important thing to her. Even if she ever gave up the position...
The Jade Chamber is only second. What's the most important thing to her, then?
Why, Mora, of course.
All Ningguang talked about was the Fatui this and the Fatui that. She said that after Rex Lapis was murdered, the Fatui have constantly been trying to sink their fingers into Liyue, and that they aren't...
That is how the Fatui have always been. It doesn't surprise me in the least. No matter what they may be planning.
So, is there anything we need to get...
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Today, we'll be gathering wild glaze
lilies? But why did we come all the way out here? Doesn't the... Oh, right! Paimon remembers that Madame Ping is always tending to fly...
No. Those lilies have all been gardened by people. They won't do... Dihua Marsh used to be full of glaze lilies. It is a sort of... Before the Archon War, Dihua Marsh was all dry land and fertile soil. But the war caused... Of course, there are some kinds of flowers that have been preserved and gardened by people in the city. But very few wild glaze lilies have the strongest fragrance. If we want to follow the true tradition of the rite of parting, we must grind up the wild lilies and place the powder in a censer of... But I'll need your assistance in gathering these flowers. No, I need you to sing to them. Singing to the flowers will make them more fragrant.
So how good is your singing? Really?
We'll only know once he starts singing.
Śpiewać do kwiatów. Taś, 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 taś. Przyszliśmy po kwiaty, a zbieramy grzyby. Spoko. Dobra, mamy śpiewać.
It's time to sing whenever you're ready.
Da 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 da.
What happened? These flowers are jumping. They look really angry. Is it because you sang a song for Mondstadt that they don't understand here in Liyue?
Róż, patrz, w locie mnie mrożą. Kurwa, więcej tych pomrożonych frytków. No nie mogę się ruszyć, bo mrozi mnie co chwilę. Pada! Deszcz! Gacie.
You're getting on my nerves.
Kurw! One, tak serio?
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Terra smash.
Kurde. Nie ma to.
Those weren't glaze lilies. Glaze lilies wouldn't
Ja
hit
się
people.
cieszyłem. O, pada deszcz. Będzie lepiej, a tu jeb. Wróg mnie zamroził. Oj.
This little monster is known as a whopper flower. Strange. The glaze lilies used as a disguise were buried with the whopper flower for too long. The result seems to have surprisingly potent medicinal value.
Well, that's nice and all.
Unfortunately,
That's so.
Excuse me. Are
Gani?
you searching for glaze lilies?
Oh, hey, it's what's her face? Paimon.
Hello, traveler. I'm surprised you still Ah, that reminds me. How was your visit to...
Well, it sure would have been better if you told us how to get.
Didn't I tell you the way? Surely I did.
Nope, we found the way on our own.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I guess I really did forget.
Something seems she's acting different from the first time we met. Where's her serious attitude?
Oh, well, I met you at that time as an emissary of the Tianquan. But now I am simply out on a stroll to...
You came all the way out here to see the flowers? Why not just enjoy the garden?
Yujing Terrace is where Rex Lapis parted from this world. If I strolled through those lonely gardens now, I wouldn't... Whenever my duties take me near Yujing Terrace these days, I draw the windows to block my view of the gardens.
Oh, sorry. We shouldn't have brought it up.
No, it's quite all right. I just haven't processed my... When the Archon War came to its end 2,000 years... Yes. Now that the spirit of Rex Lapis has returned to the heavens, the other 5, including Inazuma's Raiden Shogun, are no longer the same friends from 2000. Of the current 7 Archons, the youngest is Sumeru's god of Dendro. She is merely 500 years old, whereas Rex Lapis was more than 6,000 years old at the time of his passing. This means that Liyue had been under Rex Lapis's rule from the moment it was first founded 3,700 years ago. The city has...
So what do you think of this farewell?
Huh? This... As a mortal, I've never dared to imagine a Liyue without... But as an Adeptus, I think I will eventually come to grips with reality. Since...
Huh? Did you just say as an...
Yes, I am a mix of human and Chilean. Adeptus blood flows through my veins. I fought for Rex... After the war ended, I signed a contract with Rex Lapis and took the position as secretary for the Qixing. I've continued those duties to this very day.
A, jesteś w połowie Krzydlin, to tłumaczy rogi, albo jesteś tak stara, to tłumaczy zapominalskość.
Well, let's save that conversation for another day. You say that you are here looking for glaze lilies? I also know where wild glaze lilies can be found. See, I've just picked one myself.
We dare not refuse it.
Oh, so did you sing a song before you picked the...
Indeed, I did.
Wow, so you really know your stuff, too.
No, it is you who I should be thanking. If not for this chance meeting, if you would excuse me, I should return to my work now.
And that just about does it. Our preparations for the rite of parting are mostly given the ease of picking glaze lilies. I think this was a fitting end to our...
Yeah, Paimon can already imagine him starting a business in Liyue.
I've had enough ventures in my life already. Beginning a new undertaking is always difficult at first, and requires no small amount of effort. So you must be careful to take the time to step back and re-examine.
Wow. See? Zhongli sounds like he's already... Alright, I think it's about time we head back to Liyue Harbor now.
Okej. Musimy iść tu. Bo nam wpierdzielili. Gdzie to jest? Tu. Dobra, prawo my. Uleczyliśmy się. Tu? Why?
Huh? What happened? The city gate is swarming with Millilith and... the Fatui?
This atmosphere is highly abnormal. It seems as though something big has happened. We should ask around a little, just to be safe.
Siadaj, pieseł. Nic tu nie ma. What the fuck? No mamy gadać z Fatui. Ciekawe, ile razy mamy tego piesa karmić, żeby dostać skrzynię. Co jest? Abaj. Felix.
Ah, you're the consultant to Wengsheng Funeral Parlor. Mr. Zhongli, I presume.
Yeah.
The Millilith are watching our every move now. These are desperate times. We mustn't act
A se
rashly.
siekierę zrobiłem.
Desperate times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. However, both sides were quite obstinate and hidden.
It seems inevitable, given the current situation.
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Geo-Archon. If the two sides come to blows, Liyue Harbor will be in no position to stop them.
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to give in so easily.
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands.
Kurde.
Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
And what now? How is it that the Fatui have come under fire?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millilith must rein in the actions of the Fatui. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? That's the Qixing for you. Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of Child's close associates. Please understand that your actions will reflect on us. Don't let anyone catch you off guard.
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Or will you use your sword to turn the balance? Neither path is an easy one.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Wangsheng funeral parlor has also been caught up in all of this. They're currently squaring off with the authorities at the gates.
Things are taking
Jeszcze
a turn
hutało
for
w
the
to
worse.
zamieszajcie, no tak.
I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Wangsheng funeral parlor. Consider your next course of action carefully, traveler. If you're trying to prevent an explosion, it may be wisest to look for the fuse first.
Whew. Having connections with the Fatui seems to be quite the double-edged sword. So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse? Oh, Paimon gets it. If there's anyone that wants to see the whole city turned upside down, it's definitely him. He must be waiting for the moment when no one is watching. But where could we find him now? Where would he go at a time like this?
Bank albo w skarbcu. A jak w skarbcu? Szlak by to! Bana. Zaraz się przejdziemy. Mam nadzieję, że tam dolecimy stąd. Tak w połowie drogi będziemy chyba, co? Jesteśmy w połowie drogi. Będzie tutaj. Tyku. Ram pam pam. Chilled. Idziemy ci skopać dupę.
Wow! This is the golden... It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of mora. This is where all of Tibet's mora is minted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few mora go missing.
Cała Paimon.
Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But
Tak.
even if we
Przed
can't
chwilą
take
chciała
any,
łupać z
we can
hajsa,
still have a
teraz
closer
o!
look, right? Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of mora. It's like a dream come true. Oh, right. Back to... It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as... Huh? Look! What happened here? Uh-oh. Paimon, quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is all right.
Miałem wam powiedzieć, ale na razie będziemy
You've already
cicho.
fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Huh? Who's there?
Child.
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way. Although I'm deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location, don't you think that trying to stop me now would just be wasted effort? Stopping the more immense, hiding away the exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires. I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to... The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do us either way. We now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
Battle? So you're the type that goes looking for trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions.
Yes.
But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle. Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try... Fighting talk, I love it! Now let's see you live up to...
Nawalanka!
This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with a Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint.
Nie trafisz mnie. Masz baniek. Haha. Czekaj! Utkłem na...
Passable effort.
Ty gnoju.
Baniek!
Nie trafiłem. Czekaj. What the heck? Dobra. To działa jeszcze? Nie. Fajnie. Gadali przez 5 minut? Ja zryłem. Bombastic. O, cię, ściele. Dobra, zmieniaj się.
Good. No wonder Signora was so wary of
To jest chyba jedyny boss, który ma 3 fazy.
I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough.
Czekaj.
Now, show me what you can do against the might of a harbinger. Terra smash.
Baniak. Dobra, bo się. No. Co za... Nie w tą stronę. Jak tak, to...
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get.
Z 2 elementów skorzystał.
Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing to get close to the exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been
Child ma
expected.
wodę i elektro? Dopiero do mnie dotarło.
Well then, I'll be taking more Axis Gnosis now. Huh?
Nothing. Sztuczka.
I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
Oho, się zdenerwował. Miesiączki dostał. Zjedz czekolady! Gnoju. Jest trzecia faza. Kurwa, się czuję, jakbym grał w Bloodborne'a czy coś. 5 faz boss i o. To zagrałbym. Już dawno się nie katowałem w grach. Tylko takie gry to najlepiej na pacie się gra. Nawet w Nio mógłbym zagrać. Jedynkę, dwójkę. Hono, gnoju. Runda trzecia. Dobra, weź, nie czekaj chwilę. Ty żeś się zregenerował życie, a my co? Też. Fight. Nie będę tego używał.
Didn't you? Did you simply move faster? Or did you leak the information regarding the Golden House to me on purpose?
What the heck?
No matter. Hand the gnosis over, now! Don't make me take it from you!
We didn't take it!
Czekaj, bo... Kurde, chciałem unik zrobić, a nie tam... się zaczupuje na animacji, to... lipa. Dobra, czekaj. I raz. Ja cię zdzielę. Mordo nie byta, ty. Dobra, jest. Tada!
Look! Child's back to normal again!
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you! We didn't take it!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be? You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your... But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to... This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend. Even if our friendship can only be shown in battle.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least.
Rex Lapis to jest żongli!
It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well
A, no
versed
tak.
in little maneuvers
Oni jeszcze o
beyond
tym nie
the
wiedzą.
boundaries of contracts.
Zapomniałem, że gramy od nowa.
As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
Backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process. The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly involve myself with the weak. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyon's stone forest.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the GR Archon in the Archon War. If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
Tu chodzi o tego wodnego potwora, który jest na miniaturce.
ended 2,000
To
years
coś jakby
ago.
hydra.
How can an ancient goddess.
Simple.
Wodna.
I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Hey, those are sigils of permission. Oh, Paimon remembers now. The Fatui have been researching them.
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a heart, using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more.
Będzie walka! Uuu!
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on?
Okay.
If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known what... Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the...
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the...
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
To w grze. Ciekawe, czy tych dwóch
Paimon gets it. So how do you
dodadzą.
plan to defend Liyue?
Fajnie by było.
Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a...
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle. Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? Now that's scary. So will the power of the Qixing, Millilith, and Adepti...
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is... not
What? Wait, all of you were supposed to be the...
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Qixing did once research the matter of the Guizhong Ballista when it peaked there. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong Ballista with one's own hands is... For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong Ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins...
Yep.
The Fatui! They're attacking the Guizhong Ballista!
Dobra. Awalando! Chwila, moment!
The 3 Adepti are manning the Guizhong Ballista.
Myślę. Ciach. Def. Dobra.
Do not let the Fatui disturb their work.
All able Millilith, with me!
Let's go help too!
We Adepti have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you are made of then. What strength remains within you. One wishes to witness.
Gdzie są dziabongi? Ej, dawać, dawać. Dobra, obrywa. O. Dobra. Czopki oberwały. Teraz z tej strony będą. Dobra, są. Dobra. Haha, ale fuks też się rozpętał. Dawać więcej czopków. Dawaj, dawaj.
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar with it. Be careful not to get hit.
On robi te! Jak to się nazywa? Nie Kamehame. Te co Naruto używał.
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
Czemu woda na nich nie działa?
The ancient god's attacking again! There are so many Fatui too! We can't hold...
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Lecę, biegnę.
Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
This is adeptal energy! That light from your body! It's like the time in Julian Cars!
Dobra, dostaliśmy buffa. Czekaj, 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 czekaj. Się leczę.
He's really strong.
Dobra.
With the blood of the Chilean, I guard you against evil. Cast your fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might. I too did this during the Archon War.
Oh shit. Ale coś mnie pięknie zaraz.
This is what Ganya's like in a fight.
Wiedziałem. Dobra, nie oberwaliśmy. Jest git.
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I
Dostaliśmy
do.
od... Możemy biegać! Możemy biegać! Nie kończy nam się stamina! A gdzie wrogowie są? Są. Juhu, juhu! Chodź. Dorwał nas. Ominęłem! Nawalaj! Aha!
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
You've been a naughty boy.
Dobra. Tam.
Let's spark things up a little.
Exercise caution! I fear that the god's power has reached its peak!
In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
Druga bańka. Lewa bańka.
Surrender and I'll be gentle.
To jest jeszcze. Tu, tam, tam.
You're in for a little shock.
Dobra. Jeszcze.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Run.
Let it rain.
The Fatui's numbers are thinning!
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
Dobra. Gdzie jest? Wszystkie trzy mają po pół życia. Mniej więcej.
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
O, a!
It's working! We just need to keep this up!
O, ten też łączy promienie. Oh shit. Podłoga nam się łamie. Nie załamuj się.
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
Uh-oh. Leci. Nice. Fajne, fajne. Podobało mi się.
Is it finally over?
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor would surely...
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the
Jakie
defense of
zbliżenie na
Liyue
cycuchy.
means much to her. To me,
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice... Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today. But please forgive us. We cannot yield to your wishes.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue 3,700 years ago. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Forebears, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me.
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. But I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
Right! That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the Four Winds and the people of the Animal The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity, as Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us—
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for—
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millilith. I have come to extend my thanks. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we—
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millilith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty. Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern rite.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
because we are Adepti.
Oh, okay. It must be hard being in it.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection, but it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little nick. Although their blood is weak, there is still strength to be found in those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, conqueror of demons.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and
Since we Adepti have consensus, but how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh? Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god, so he could... But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own. So Rex Lapis never... Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death?
No i fajnie.
Get it. But isn't the strongest lead we have the Adeptiless rite of parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's gone. Let's act...
Zhongli, dziadu, gdzie jesteś? Trzeba znaleźć dziada
for him
teraz.
at Wangshan Funeral Parlor.
Dobra. Ile my już gramy? 2 godziny dopiero. Serio? Czułem się jakby ze 3 minęły. Jak fajnie mi się gra. Tak, wiem, skrzynia była.
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor isn't in the
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to...
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the... Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the... Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a... We had better go and make sure that everything is...
Żongli poszedł wpierdzielić dla Fatui. Dobra, to jest z tej strony, dobra. Podpo, kłaczek. Nie ta mańka. Będzie tu gdzieś? Teraz pokazuje, że tu? Teraz w dół, góra. Weźcie się, zastanówcie.
You call this cooperation between harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that. Oh, it seems that some of your friends...
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you! You're also one of the
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the City of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name. Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
Oddychaj, uspokój się.
No, don't let her get to you. You've yet to gather the powers of all 7 elements, and our last battle at the Golden House was almost more than you could handle. So it might be best to keep things peaceful this time, seeing that 2 of the Harbingers...
Well, if it isn't you two.
Czy ona
This is our
właśnie nie
first time
powiedziała, że
seeing each other
musimy
since
7
Liyue was
mocy
nearly
odzyskać?
wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a
Chodzi mi o
Fatui
Paimon
Harbinger.
teraz. Co ona powiedziała?
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally. Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the end. Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on. So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
Morax. To jest nazwa tego smoka, Archona. Przecież... Ludzie, łączcie wątki. Już można już dawno się domyślić, że to był ten smok. Umowa, Gnosis. Gnosis to ten jakby pionek, ta moc Archonów.
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
To wygląda jakby wieża. Okej.
How sanctimonious.
Nie wiem, albo to albo to może moje wyobrażenie, że one wyglądają jak pionki szachowe.
What? So you're... No, wait! That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract, for it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
Tsaritsa to jest Archon Lodu. O.
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you, and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky, and all of Liyue goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see. Am I right?
Ściągwa zginiesz marnie w Inazumie.
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now 3,700 years ago that I founded Liyue together with the Adepti. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Qixing to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue. That's right, which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, the resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for. Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Yet when faced with a crisis, they commendably showed the greatest amount of restraint possible. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, they even made efforts to understand the hearts of the people. Credit is also due to Signora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo-Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for joining me on this journey, traveler. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated, and that was the conduct of the Liyue Qixing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue's divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all.
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark.
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo-Archon, Liyue, would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight? Be that as it may, you've come out of this as the hero of Liyue. I, on the other hand, will be forever prescribed as a disturber of the peace, no?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come, child.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
Oni się nie lubią.
Now then, is there anything else you wish to ask me?
Ogólnie Child nie jest zły. On tylko lubi się bić.
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo-Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo-Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
Okay.
Paimon can't absorb so much information at once. So, Zhongli, what sort of contract did you sign with the Cryo-Archon? Paimon's so curious.
One of the clauses of our contract was not to divulge any of its contents.
Ugh, you're so petty.
Okay.
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake, we've spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Dobra. Musimy kończyć misję.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
Okay, idziemy posłuchać, co mają do powiedzenia.
Well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they...
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think. I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
The Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious.
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this...
Okay.
Hear ye all! The Qixing's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not, and to let not their hearts be saddened, nor are they to believe street-born rumors or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qixing's announcement said.
Ja też potrzebuję.
So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Qixing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands? Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have...
Idziemy.
Look, it's Ningguang and Keqing. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among...
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we build a new age of...
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young.
The Liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You...
Whoa!
Zaraz Paimon z czym wyskoczy.
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
No tak, plakaty z zaginioną siostrą. Okej.
And to think I put my... But it seems as if those perfumes really were meant to be... Well, that's fine.
As for the mortal...
Coś jeszcze?
Perhaps...
Ta-dam.
Roping you in was possibly the most masterful move we could have made.
Why, you... Were you just... If you were looking for someone, you could have just told...
The cleanup of the premises, managing the crowds as they exit, making it a...
Dobra. Wszystko zrobione. No jest żongli. Dziadyga. Nieumarły smok, który sfingował własną śmierć. Cześć, witam. Satan.
Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions. And here you are looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700? Right. If the two of you can spare the time.
That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Qinyue kiosk. Are you sure
You're right. I do lack the Mora. As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon. So I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
Oh, no wonder! Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and the Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people. I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli. That is true. But there is no journey that does not.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the Seven.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed. The Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Raiden?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't
Już się nie
remember
mogę
that always
doczekać,
being
aż
the
i to spotkamy.
It wasn't that
To jest
bad
dopiero
last year.
czubek.
Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something
Ale w
about what's
pozytywnym
happening
słowa
there?
znaczeniu.
Just how did Inazuma become a
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt Decree?
Zabierają ludziom
It was
wizję,
an order to seize
te
all
moce.
visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Animo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods, and of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly... All right then. Was there anything else you wished to know? Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse. That said, the reason why the Chising
Dobra,
were
oni
so
sobie
eager
będą
to
gadali.
resolve the incident and
Ja sobie
stop pursuing
buchnę.
the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead.
Ile?
I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions? All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
Yeah, about that. Before the Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for everything on Child.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui. Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Kuching is absolutely right in saying this. Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Qixing's plan to take governing power over Liyue from the hands of the gods and Adepti, could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been... All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your gnosis, what's going to happen to all the Mora in Teyvat? Since Morax is dead, are they all just gonna disappear? Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo-Archon's power.
This is terrible! We're all about to run out of Mora! The world is coming to an end!
Yes, this is indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint. Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the Liyue Qixing to debate.
Then, did you at least set some private funds aside for yourself?
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common-sense idea. It's a shame.
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Well
Jakby
then,
pomyślał,
I
żeby
suppose
pierwszy
you'll have to
zrobić
find a way
hajsy,
to get inside
a
this
później
closed nation.
sfingować śmierć, no to teraz byłby bogaty.
Have patience.
A nawet nie pomyślał o tym.
I suspect that some serendipity must first come into play.
Dobra, chwila, moment. Kawy się napiłem. Dobra. Podam mikrofon. Jak teraz misje? Ile znaczków mi się pojawiło. Co to mi tu się wytegowało tutaj? Może łapać rybki. Ale musimy pierwsze zrobić to. Antipod. Idziemy, zrobimy to. Schowaj. Dobra. Ile misji mamy. Tego nie możemy. Archon questy. Naprawić świątynię. To zaraz będziemy robić. Idziemy pierwsze zrobić teapot. Czajnik. Bierzemy. Okay. Będziemy mogli rybki łapać. Będziemy musieli bronię. Co to jest? Aha. No i fajnie. Co to jest?
To think that the Geo Archon had signed a contract with the Cryo Archon.
Dobra. Kliknąłem tą misję. What the fuck? Teraz. Madam Ping! Biegniemy do ciebie. Też sporo biegania będzie. Przynieść to tam, to siamto. Dobra, idziemy. To podniesiemy. O.
Children, come, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
A już szczęśliwa.
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But when you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often...
Szczerze powiedziawszy, to nawet u siebie na oryginalnym koncie nie mam rozbudowanego tego. Tam tylko zrobiłem tyle, ile trzeba na maksymalny poziom i...
I have not yet grown so old as a... Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, atop the teapot that you entered previously was...
So, in the eyes of an adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play.
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared...
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running. What's more, well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, you would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glazed lilies. And if you were lucky enough, you just might, but almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be, though even more difficult to find is smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely... In any case, smaragdus jadeite is an adepti treasure, and the adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact... goodness knows if that child was...
Well, since you're an adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help...
Yes. I suppose she...
She counts? How come there are so many adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be seeing...
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny. Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Ah, allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yen Fei. She's the one helping run some... Yen Fei, I believe you already heard of the traveler and his traveling...
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui, before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion. A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yenfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me. Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
All right, Yenfei, all right.
Już mnie głowa
Let's get to the
rozbolała.
business at hand. You'll have to excuse Yenfei. She's always been like this.
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis and that he was fine with it.
Czy ja dobrze
He even
widzę? Ona ma
contributed towards
rogi?
the wedding gift, apparently. Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much.
Patrzcie, ma rogi.
So, Granny, I've got
Córką
hold of most
łosia
of the
jesteś,
stuff you asked
jelenia.
for, except for Smaragdus Jadeite. I couldn't find any at all.
Is that so?
Łosia.
Yenfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still... Hold on a moment.
Whoa, that's a really thick book. What kind of things do you run?
Commercial consultancy. Or... Snezhnaya? Ah, found him. Krusel. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ores. He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them, and so I guess I'll go look for him. With any Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll only...
Wow, an Adeptus imploring us. Best we be a little more careful than...
Ojej, podczas słuchania jej mnie głowa rozbolała. Fajnie jak ktoś dużo gada, ale nie aż tyle. Aż 3 misje się uaktywniły. Tu jest kolejna. No trochę misji pobocznych się porobiło. Będziemy mieli co czyścić.
Hello, Mr. Crossell. How's been...
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, in the end I did acquire a small piece of Smaragdus Jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins. Miss Yanfei, Might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Chiao. If you'd like to inspect them...
Wait, isn't Smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Chiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full... In return, I included a clause that guarantees the Smaragdus jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Miss Chiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Chiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hair-
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll...
Na górę. Nie, tu? Tu? Czy nie tu? Może tu? Może nie? Kupione mam. Juhu, juhu. Na tyle? Czy jest na tyle? Tam jest wejście. Dobra, widzę ją.
Oh, whatever shall I do? Yes, that's me.
How do you do, Miss Chiao? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us take a look at them?
The hairpins. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay... My family is in the ore business, too. But business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around. So we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss... That's what the hairpins were for, to... Well, to keep, but now that I've lost the hairpins...
Why does Paimon have...
Would you really?
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Miss Chiao, would you let me have...
Huh? Well, I mean...
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help... True. Though surely there must...
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossell the original... Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices, and given the rarity of Smaragdus jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Just help.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the jadeite is genuine or not? Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the jadeite is genuine, would there?
Please. Please, however much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are merchants, after all. Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossell in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform...
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions, so hold on a moment, Miss Chiao. When you first touched the hairpins...
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite certain of my judgment.
Smooth to the touch. Finest quality jade. No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things.
Ajja! Takie bieganie od dupy do
Miss
dupy.
Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Zhiqiao in tow, too, I see. You lost them? Are you serious?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mora! Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus jade? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that...
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes. And if I may just it was in fact genuine Smaragdus jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course. Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my...
Looks like I'll have to find some way to...
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk.
Gościu walnął ściemę i wsadził innego kryształa? Pinki? Ajajajajaj, Koko Jumbo. Gdzie to jest? Daleko to jest? Tu jest. No to tu jest teleport. No i fajnie. Gdzie ona? Tu, tam. Dobra.
Miss Yanfei, what is this?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the ore inlaid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus jadeite after all.
To samo mówiłem.
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked up?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were if I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus jadeite in his possession.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face!
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave, and then he'd throw the Smaragdus jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yanfei.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, could I ask you to please sign the...
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track. It feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yanfei.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well. And I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here.
This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice again.
All right, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any questions.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy. Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus Jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geo-energy around Mr. Crossel, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, but either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... where can we find someone? Ah, I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau. The boss, if Mr. Crossel had his ore worked on at all...
Jesus.
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh! Surely not more spurious claims that my jade...
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnayan merchant named Crossel enlisted your ore processing...
A Snezhnayan merchant named... I do remember that. He brought me a piece of ore, claiming that that was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus Jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it from me to contradict them. He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed...
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
Huh? If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross-sections and patterning suggest that these are Smaragdus nephrite. Yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time. I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus Jadeite.
A thin layer of separation, huh?
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy.
Is that so? Well, so did you find anything? So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao is...
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many. These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it... There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, and I'm sure...
All right, let's focus up. We're going...
But never mind, Shirto. Why would...
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them.
Miss Yenfei? Might I be so bold as to inquire?
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossel did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact Smaragdus Jadeite, did he not?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly, one...
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these...
Of course. But...
Oh, I have my reasons. Ah, yes. Please sign here on this affidavit. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossel brought to your store. Please read it carefully.
Yes, I see. Forgive me for asking again, Miss Yenfei, but...
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you, sir. I'll take these with me.
With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossel will...
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. We need to find something a little more... If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. Aha! Got it! Sinxie. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith. Let's go pay her a...
Well, that was quick.
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? It just seems like they're hard to understand and impossible to finish. As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible?
Yes, well, that's no obstacle because I've memorized...
You memorized them?
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside... Oh, this has nothing to do with being an adeptus. I just like...
Again, with that casual tone.
Well, that's that then. Let's go.
Okej, gdzie teraz? 100 metry. Co to za sklep? Herbaciary, nie. Wie, sucho mi się zrobiło? Daj herbaty. Lepiej. O, jaka dobra herbatka.
Oh, Miss Yenfei, it's you. Has something happened? Did the client from last time,
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. I'm just here to ask you, has a merchant by the name of Crossel asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Crossel? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya, no? Yeah, he came to me with a chunk of something he called Smaragdus. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why I remember it so well.
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Sinxie, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossel commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Crossel wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry on it.
Thank you, Sinxie. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take it then that there's been some more trouble?
Nothing you need to worry about, just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it. Thanks.
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need.
The weirdo with the snake around his neck? What?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands...
Oj, oj, oj. Oj. Gdzie on jest? Tam! Łaj! Dobra, idziemy do niego. O! Dobra, tu jest ten szpital, czy tam apteka, a tu jest most. Co, on na moście stoi? Oj. Nie ma cici.
My, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering herbs. And if it isn't Miss Yanfei as well, now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again, no doubt?
No. I'm here.
Smaragdus jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the Seven Mountain Treatise. The Seven Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains, and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality and their illness will only ever get worse. Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yanfei, and given the specific nature of your question, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarity.
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baiju.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document. Won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus jadeite recently. A Snezhna. But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder, Miss Yanfei, if your pressing business might...
You needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baiju. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due...
You're too kind.
That bite.
Mamy receptury! Mamy 350. Zaczynaliśmy odcinek, miałem ledwo 7000. Plus minus. Kupujemy. Nie wiadomo kiedy się przyda. To się przyda do przynęty na ryby. To do gotowania. To zawsze komuś trzeba oddać. To też. A to nie wiem. To się przyda.
Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go.
Idziemy. Konfrontacji. Czas. Będzie KSW miejsko-wiejskie. Ty oszukisto jeden.
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation?
Tyle biegania
I trust
za
you'll now be in a
zrobieniem
position to assess the
garnka. Ja
compensation
pierdolę.
due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded.
A już nie
I can
pamiętam,
now
czy jeszcze
provide
coś
a
będziemy
final
musieli
figure for the
znaleźć,
amount
czy nie.
payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. Mr. Crossell, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price and more.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of...
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Mr. Chow was, in fact, Smaragdus nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot frame me like this. I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hairpins is somehow fake?
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence. If we want to determine whether the ore is genuine, we need to start with evidence from the Jade Mystery. Clearly, you still have a few... If we want to determine... This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus jadeite and Smaragdus nephrite. How does this prove... In any case, Smaragdus nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite. So I had him cut away the nephrite, he returned the valuable jadeite core to me, and some nephrite samples remain in the store. What am I missing exactly?
That's an unsubstantiated
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about—
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came—
Hard evidence. Something legally binding. We have just the thing.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the ministry—
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent by—
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are—
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown support—
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we have. Traveler, would you do the honors?
What's—
Smaragdus jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster. Sustained contact with Smaragdus jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus?
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the— However, I'm sure that the ministry will be relatively lenient, considering that, as you say, you were— Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigation.
What? Wait!
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand—
Huh? No,
Aren't actually inlaid with genuine Smaragdus jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original price in Mora? Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
Yemp, he's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's a different person.
I admit it. I confess. The ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus jadeite, in the hopes of turning it into a piece of jewelry that would fetch a fine price. But after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I was in a constant state of agitation, too. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again. I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Zhiqiao lost the hairpins after I rented them out to her.
Exactly. If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so much?
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of—
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract, you must pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is final.
10 times?
Crossell looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Ms. Zerchow, 20% of that sum will go—
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus—
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation for that. However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider us even.
What? But all right then. This cursed rock's brought me enough grief as it is.
Miss Yunfei, I'll turn this Smaragdus jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration.
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go.
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss.
Oh, come on. No.
Well, yeah.
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims.
Is that so? That's good.
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I'd like to talk business for a second, if I may. I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think.
Let me think.
Well, that's that. And we've got the smaragdus jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well.
Exactly.
Matko Boska, jakie tondo rondo przeżyliśmy, żeby zdobyć kamyczki.
We end up searching, even though
The right solution depends on your perspective. The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to an adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by human. The title of adeptus means precious little to me compared to my. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today?
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit.
Okej. What? A no tak. Gdzie to jest? Tu, tam, tu. Aby się tylko w żółte nie wpierdzielić, bo nam misja się zacznie. Główna jakaś. A my na razie chcemy pobocznych porobić trochę. Właśnie, jeszcze to skończymy. Misję i przejdziemy się do Dragonspine. Tam było...
Ah, you've returned. Good.
Well, if we're all...
Oh, you. Oh.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts too.
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my teapot.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
That child. Goodness knows where indeed she is. Yanfei might be overly Liyue is all right then. Let us speak of this no more. Back on top.
Oh, Paimon's so excited! How's...
It is but a single tea. There we go. This serenity pot is all. Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, oh goodness, who knows what might happen. Take these blueprints with you as well.
Wait a minute, Granny. How exactly are we
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already
No i mamy czajnik. Możemy łapać ryby! Oj. Tak, i teraz zaczniemy zbierać. No i fajnie. Enter, enter, enter. What the heck? Why? Zapomniałem, jak to się robi. Jak to się przenosi się? Objective. Ugh. Gdzie my to mamy? Zablokowane. Select.
Wow! This teapot seems even bigger inside than Madame Ping's. There's even a great big house in the middle, too.
Jest i tabi.
Huh. But there's just a whole load of nothing around it. Paimon can't do that. Well, you're the one with the sword anyway. You do it. Still, why is it so... Oh, wait a second. What is...
Ding, ding, ding. Siema, Tabi.
Well, it seems that we have a visitor.
Oh! Ah! It's Tubby! From a distance, Paimon thought it was just a huge finch. So you're the little helper.
Madam Ping? Oh, you must mean Ping. Yes, she did summon me here. You know, back when we met in the Mondstadt Tavern, I had a feeling that we would meet again.
Podczas
It
grania w
seems
karty.
I was right. But you may leave all matters your journey may be far, though it is the adept. Thus, we teapot spirits, you may consider me a buck. Now, allow me to explain. Have you any blueprints on you? As long as you have a blueprint, you can...
Blueprints?
Tak, tylko potrzebujemy drzewa, farby, tkaniny i
Yes,
takich
these.
rzeczy.
Just commit the image of the objects to then simply release the...
Ja, dawaj, dawaj.
I doubt it.
Już się nasłuchałem tyle gadania z
This world
misji,
is
że już
a
mam dosyć.
I hardly remember myself. Well, let's not dwell on. If there's anything you would like to ask, just look for me.
Tak. Tynk. Gdzie tu jest przód? Przód jest tu. Z przód, tył, nie wiem. Pum. Nie mam nic. Nie mam. Ej, miałem coś. Nie pamiętam co, ale coś podnosiliśmy. Nawet trawy nie mamy. Nic nie mamy. Trzeba będzie sporo rzeczy podnosić. Możemy zostawiać kompanów. Podnosi im się w ten sposób ten poziom, jakby to przyjaźni. Dobra. 4 maksimum. 1 tylko możemy. Ła. Dobra. Serio? Nic już? I o.
Oh, hello. This place is seriously cool. So, you and Paimon have this whole space to yourselves? It must feel a little empty sometimes. Maybe I should come and hang out.
Yeah.
I like this place a lot. It's real. The scenery is wonderful, and I love what you've done with... Oh, don't... Every home's... Yeah, that sums it up. Just one look around here, and I can tell that this place... cozy and practical. Maloose, actually.
Okej. Mamy kuźnię nawet. Możemy sobie tworzyć rzeczy. Co to jest? To moglibyśmy zrobić. Iron Sting to też przyda na później dla kogoś. Że te dwie broni możemy zrobić. Ale to może już później. Na razie nie, na razie to zostawimy. Co tu mnie tu pokazuje? Dobra. Mamy krzaczki! Co to jest? What the fuck? O co tu chodzi? Nie wiem, co żem kliknął. To mi na tym najbardziej zależy. I na tym, i na tym. Hajs to się zbierze. 50. I tak. Widzę, trochę się pozmieniało. Jak grałem, to inaczej wyglądało, ale patrzcie, tu nawet przejrzyściej to wygląda teraz niż było wcześniej. Przynajmniej lepiej. Wizualnie. Tylko tak, tu możemy kupywać za hajs tutaj, który mamy w tym świecie. Dostępny. Nasiony. To się przyda. Nawet możemy sadzić kwiaty potrzebne do ulepszenia postaci. Tu widzę, to jest tu. To bym chciał. Marchewek mi zawsze brakuje. Tych rzodkiewek. No ale takie kwiaty rzadkie to... A patrzcie, są nawet na Fontaine. Nawet z Sumeru są. Także spoko. Nie, będziemy się może bawić w ogrodnika później. Drzewo też możemy kupić, ale to już olejemy. Na razie to zostawię. Gdzie mnie wywiało? Łaj. Teleport. Ja nie chcę tego.
Maybe you're not.
U niego się ulepsza. Dostajecie punkty. Ulepszacie. Do 10 jest? Jest. Dobra, tu zbieracie hajs. I większy level, tym więcej hajsu, wiadomo. I ten większy level, tym możecie więcej gości mieć. A my jeszcze chcemy zbudować jakieś... Nie mamy takich barwników. Wiedziałem, że tak będzie. Tu dają punkty. 60 punktów. Musimy się nauczyć. No i dobra. Co możemy zrobić? To i... Ej, zbuduj. No tylko jedną rzecz możemy, no tak, dobra. Niech będzie. Mamy 10 do ulepszenia teraz. A tak normalnie jak nie mamy tego, tych butelek, to musimy czekać na wymagany czas. Lub kupić te butelki za hajsy, które były tutaj. I to jest. Są, widzicie? Tylko możecie mieć chyba 10 maksymalnie, także używacie butelki, kupujecie, uzupełniacie i tyle. A my co? Zostawimy to.
If you ever have it.
Niech będzie. Odblokowane, super fajnie. No i dobra. Wrócić możemy od razu klikać tu, sumeru. My tu chcemy do Liyue. Albo nie, dajcie do Monsta. Powinniśmy chyba już móc łapać ryby, ale jeszcze nie jestem pewny. Wrócimy do świata. Dobra. Jest fajnie. Co my tu dostaliśmy? A, nowe graty. Tak. Te dyski to one służą do odtwarzania muzyki. Musimy zrobić urządzenie do odtwarzania i będziemy mogli odtwarzać w tym czajniku jaką chcecie muzykę. A później pokażę, jak to się robi. Idziemy wrócić do Onstadu. Gdzie to było? Tu jest wyjście. Tu powinien być rybak. I powinien nam dać misję. Te misje na reputację ja sobie później zrobię bez nagrywania. Kto by chciał to oglądać, to nudne jest. Gdzie jest ten gościu? Tam. Ciekawe, czy już możemy, czy jeszcze nie? Jest rybak. Musimy kupić wędkę. Szlak. Jeszcze nie możemy. Kurde. Lipa trochę. Kurde. Musimy misję pewnie zrobić jakąś. To nie, to. Później. Dobra. Olać to. Kurde, no już myślałem, że będę mógł misję zrobić sobie. To jest ta misja. Dainslev. Spotkanie z tajemniczym gościem. Okej. Możemy to zrobić. Jak odblokuje nam później wędka, to... A no tak, zapomniałem, że mam element ziemi podłączony. Dobra. Chciałem co innego zrobić, ale...
Traveler, please, over
Znaczy
here.
zrobić, chciałem coś tylko zobaczyć, ale już.
It has been a while since you joined the
Już
Adventurers
gramy
Guild.
3,5 godziny,
Are your
jeszcze
adventures
1,5
going
godziny.
smoothly?
Mamy. Na antenie. Zaczniesz łowić i a wciągające jest. Jeszcze szczególnie jak sobie puszczę creepypasty, to... No tu strykniesz palcem i czas zlatuje.
Is that so? Apart from your own skills, reliable teammates are also indispensable when adventuring. Another person to count on is always good after all.
Złapać...
But recruiting such
znaczy
dependable
złapać...
companions is no easy matter, is it?
Odblokować broń, dekacz. Znaczy ogólnie każda nacja ma
I do
rybaka.
have some information that may be of help to you. Let me consult our records.
Ah, there it is. There's been a
Nawet
certain
całkiem
blonde
dobre
stranger
bronie
who
mają.
arrived in Mondstadt
W
lately,
Sumeru jest
dressed
ryba,
in most
łuk, ryba.
unusual clothes.
Dresses
Fontaine jest kawał rury
It feels like Paimon
z
had
zaworem.
this one before.
Tu w Mondstadt chyba najfajniej wygląda
Do
broń.
you mean
Niebieska dzida, jak widelec taki. Tylko nie jak ten 3-zębowy, tylko na 2 zęby.
does that stranger's face
I
look
ja go potrzebuję
like
dla
his?
jungling. Jak będzie robiła ogniste tornado.
Like the honorary knights?
E,
No,
a
they
dzida
couldn't
ma
look more
energy
different.
recharge, co
This
jest
stranger is a very
potrzebne
tall
do
man,
ulta.
and even has an eye patch.
Seriously? How does this
That stranger declined the guild's invitation, so I can't. Nonetheless, you can look for him if you're. After all, it is not uncommon for some adventurers to know. And should this stranger be a strong adventurer indeed, he would certainly be a big help on your journey. Please don't talk down on yourself like that. Your deeds are the stuff of song for all the bards and. Well, as to further news about him, he stands guard at the city gate. So I wish you every success.
Gdzieś ty jest? Gościu. Lawrence.
Honorary
Lawrence.
knight. Is some stranger with an eye patch. Let me think. Oh yeah, he was wandering all over Mondstadt at first, which I found rather suspicious. I lost him pretty quickly. Still, I didn't think that this was such a huge matter that we needed our outrider to pursue him by. As long as Master Jean is here, there's nothing to fear from some suspicious, unusual.
That might be true, but if it were up to Jean, she'd take
That is true. But on the other hand, anyways, oh yeah, he was at Wagner's smithy for a while before I
Nawet
tried
ciekawa
telling him.
historia jest.
He might have said something to Wagner.
Z ludem.
You should
Jak
go
on-
ask him.
Jak to był?
Maybe he has more news about our
Czego
stranger.
dziamkasz, jak dziamkam po swojemu, to ty mi się wcinasz tu we słowo. 2-8. Z ludu, jak to było? Kanaria? Fajna historia. Jeszcze szczególnie mi się podobała w Kazm. W tych głębinach. Znaczy ogólnie to fajnie będzie. Odkrywanie losów, co się stało. Dobra. A jeszcze tu ze Stanleyem będzie misja.
What? You need something? Here. I remember him. He showed up a few days ago asking to buy a bunch. Can't say I've heard of any of the materials he mentioned, though. He then had a look at the weapons in my shop before leaving. I've heard that he can be found drinking at the Angel's ship. If the Knights of the Guild want to get hold of him, that's the only place to be.
the Angel's share? Well, Master Diluc probably has his eye on. Anyway, let's go to the Angel's ship.
Okej. Wbił nam się... Który poziom? 30... 8. Na 35 chyba był... Przepis u babki. Nie ty, ściągwa. Masz przepis? Aha, kupiłem już to, teraz tylko na 40. No jeszcze trochę nam brakuje. Nie, nic żadnego. Nic nie robię. Żadnej misji dniowej.
You gotta try Dawn Winery's dandelion wine.
Adventuring in the Ashen Sea.
Tu jest Stanley, tam jest Stanley. Ej, bo widzę podwójnie już. I generał Patton pod drzwiami. Dobra. Barbaniu! Zamówiłbym whisky, ale ja wolę piwo. Piwo
What will it be? Grape juice or apple cider?
Masz coś dobrego jakieś?
Hey, Charles! Have you seen a blonde stranger who wears an eye patch around here by any chance?
That I have. He comes here every night. He even sometimes mixes his own. I don't know anything else about him, but from his selections and
what's Master Diluc's?
why, I just gave it to you. Quite the connoisseur.
Investigating everything as always. Guess that's Diluc.
If you're looking for that gentleman, he ordered some new bottle of wine in advance yesterday. There's too many raucous patrons on the first floor, so if you want to wait...
No, dawaj nogi.
Hey, go on, drink some more.
Jesteśmy. Nikogo nie ma! Nas nie ma, nikogo nie ma. Mamy poczekać. My i czekać. Okej.
Ah, welcome, sir.
Jest.
The wine that you previously ordered is here.
He's really here? Let's go downstairs and have a...
Hiya! Ha! It is me. Juhu, juhu.
Wow, he's got no intention of paying us any mind, huh?
A traveler, you say?
I te oczy.
Well, that's as good a
So, guess we've broken the ice.
Chciałem wam jebnąć takiego spoilera,
little one
ale już
beside
ci
you.
ludzie co grają, już grali w Genshina, to już wiedzą, ale chciałem powiedzieć, a się powstrzymałem, ugryzłem się w język.
We're the best of friends.
It's indeed a good thing to have someone accompany you on your travels. My name's Dainsleif. I suppose you have some business? Sure.
And he was so cold just a moment before. Paimon's got a bad...
But I will require advance payment.
Paimon ma złe.
500 mora, and 3 answered questions. The 500 is a one-time fee, and we'll settle the questions in a moment. That's it.
Well, now Paimon's got a really bad feeling. That kind of compensation can't be right.
Ah, thank you. Now as for my questions, I'd like you to answer them here and now. The answer to a question says nothing about right and wrong, only about differences in attitude. I only wish to know what your choices are. You need own. Question 1. The crisis Mondstadt faced was resolved by an alliance between yourself and that Animo Archon who calls himself Venti. Who, in your view, was the key to ending that crisis? I know everything that I should. Well, answer the question.
Venti?
Is that your answer?
No
I
tak,
see.
ale pokonaliśmy
Question
wspólnie.
number 2. Rex
Nie
Lapis,
tylko
who
Venti.
has defended
Nie
Liyue
tylko
Harbor
my.
for millennia on end, used his gnosis to lay down a contract to end all contracts, of which the stipulations are still unknown. Who do you think will defend Liyue Harbor in the future, now that they've lost their deity? So that's your answer? I see. Now for my final question. This world has people who gained visions and those who did not. Which of the two do you think hold more importance in the eyes of the gods?
Z wizją, bez wizji? Żadne?
So, this is your answer then. I understand. As I thought. You really are similar to her.
Chodzi mu o naszą siostrę.
I'll take that 500 mora. And now I also understand your views on this world. As we agreed, you may now commission me. That said, I only take commissions related to the Abyss Order. Like you, I am currently on a journey. You intend to find your sibling, while I wish to oppose the Abyss. Ugh. Those creatures that serve the Abyss are the fangs and claws by which the Order spreads chaos in this world. I have come to Mondstadt this time while on the trail of an Abyss Herald.
An Abyss Herald?
An even more twisted abyssal being. One that commands the Abyss Mages.
Oh, that's right! We've just been fighting against the Fatui elite. We haven't encountered the non-human Abyss Order at all.
There's some reason behind that, I'm afraid. It's possible that they may have been under orders to avoid your
Oh, that does sound pretty dangerous. Maybe they're looking for a better time to ambush us or something. Uh-huh! We're super-duper strong!
That manner, it's just like hers. Well then, let's go see for ourselves, shall we? According to the leads I have on hand, the Abyss Order has re-infiltrated the Temple of the Falcon. Let's meet up at the temple. Perhaps your questions about the Abyss will be answered there.
A, sokoły, jaszczębie i żołędzie i pingwiny. Pingwiny. Sokół. Już tu nie ma Stanley, to Stanley poszedł chlać. A to chlejesz. Nom nom nom.
This abandoned temple does bear some marks of the Abyss, the Falcon of the West. Though it can soar in the wind. Oh, it's nothing.
Ooh. Mm. 46 i wymagany lód. Okej. Mamy lód. Damy radę.
The scent of the Abyss is getting stronger. It's not far now.
Paimon wonders what the Abyss Heralds look like. Do they look something like the Abyss Mages?
Let's head further in first. If we do see that creature, that'll spare me the explanation either way.
Wspiera mnie na kicha. Nie? Nos mi wykręca. Co jest? Ja. Myślałem, że beczki wybuchną. A tu nie. Wielki! Wielki! Przestań mnie bić! Ty też. Co za ciule.
Terra Smash!
O, beczka na głowę. Czekaj! Masz. Krótka. Już mi się nie chce kliknąć. Fałszywy alarm. Karotka. Chodź, chodź. Pik. Zapomniałem użyć. O, jest mag. Dziadus of Laptus. Nie bij. O, teraz.
Let's spark things up a little.
Ho, ho, ho. Łatwiutko. Potatowski. Skrzynię nawet dali. Tam nic nie ma.
To dust!
No one escapes my sights!
Terra smash!
Te ogniste są wredne.
Cool it! This moment will be frozen in time. Come a little closer. You've been a naughty boy.
Just a few abyss mages? Seems like that herald the abyss. It is chaos, and it is also destruction. It is a morass of inconceivable That is why even the Dragon of the East and the creatures of the abyss desire nothing less than the overthrow.
You seem to know a lot about the abyss.
Well, I suppose that's as far as chit-chat, judging by the traces I'm following. Their next appearance may be within the territory of that. Perhaps we may find our Abyss Herald there.
Ooh! No fin. Słuchajcie, muszę się poprawić. Tu do wilka mamy iść. Okej. Motyl, motyl. Szlak! Nie to, motyl. Chciałem. Kurde. Popsuli mi. A, dobra, jednego żebym zebrał. Dobra. Zbieraj szyszkę. Później się przyda do dania. Szunia. Kolejna walka z bossem, czy darują nam? Dobra, to zbieramy. Razora nie mam. Razora to ja nie widziałem na banerach już chyba.
Well, we're in Wolfendom now.
Chciałem powiedzieć z 2 lata, ale z 1,5 roku.
We should meet up with him quick, in case the wolves decide they don't like him.
Gdzie on jest?
Lord of Wolvendom, great wolf king of the north, sharp of fang and keen of claw.
and yet dwelling here only. No, I only know these things because a previous traveling companion of mine once wanted to hear its story. All right, let's go see if that Abyss Herald has
Well, where do we begin?
Indeed. See that? Floating above the flames? It's an abyssal spell. Knowing what I do of the Order's habits, they've probably left similar marks behind elsewhere.
Niuch. Szukamy. Znaczy szukamy, mamy zaznaczone na mapie, po prostu musimy iść. Rozwalajcie drzewa. Odkąd? Znaczy rozwalajcie. Bijcie. Nie widzicie? Kawałki drzewa wam wypadają. Gdyż dlatego, że potrzebujecie od teraz, jak już odblokowaliście czajnik, będą wam potrzebne różne rodzaje do
Do you think that those monsters by the bonfire are under the Abyss Order's control? Looks kinda scary. Let's beat them up first.
Freeze! Quake! Huh.
Cool it! Oh, so sorry.
You're in for a little shock.
No i się wziął i...
Whew, that's that. Let's go check out that bonfire. Looks like this bonfire's also got something to do with the Abyss.
Nie trafiłem. To jest trochę wkurzające, że tak czasami to jest te autonamierzanie, a czasami nie ma. Takie... okej.
And there's another one of those bonfire spells. Looks like the Abyss. Where do these monsters pop out from? Let's clear them out, and quick!
Gdzie jest ten bug? Już? Musimy wrócić do gościa. No tak, gościu sobie stoi, a my mamy całą robotę za niego wykonywać. To przeważnie tak jest. Idź, biegnij, przynieś. A goście sobie stoją i czekają. W której grze tak nie ma, nie?
I searched around these parts and found some, but they were left behind by abyss mages, and there was no deeper abyssal power to them. It seems that we should leave as well.
But now we're out of leads. Are we going to have to give up?
No. Let's get a move on then. I'll wait for you at...
Storm Terror! Tak, to tutaj zobaczymy tą siostrę. Nie wiem, czy kiedyś wspominałem o tym, ale tutaj gdzieś będzie jego siostra. Działa na robocie, na rynku robota, nie wiem, jakoś tak. Mówię, grałem w tą grę kilka lat temu, pierwszy raz, już mam taką dziurawą pamięć. Co nieco pamiętam, ale...
I've heard about what happened to you during Mondstadt's crisis, but I suppose that this place is more lair than storm terror at this point. In fact, if my memory serves, this ruin has had largely nothing to do with that dragon for a long time. The first time I laid eyes upon the ruins of old Mondstadt, the dragon of the east had yet to fall, much less come to net.
Huh? But Paimon remembers that Dvalin first got in trouble hundreds of years ago.
Don't think too much about it. Do you remember the light actuators that once sealed this ruin? If the Abyss Order is interested in this location, then they will not neglect those mechanisms. Let's go see what the situation is.
Gościu jest... z rodu Kenryja, tak jak powiedziałem. Udało mu się przeżyć. Tak samo jak Kapitano. Gościu z Fatuj. Ale to już później, jak dojdziemy do Natlanu, będziecie mieli wątki połączone.
Surrender and I'll be gentle. Come a little closer.
Lecimy tu. Kolejny. Kościół. Jaki żeś mi wodę przywołał, Mordko. No i fajnie.
Oh, so in the end, we still couldn't find the...
I wouldn't call not having to gaze upon such a creature a shame exactly. Still, I do believe...
No, you're right. If it's a really powerful monster, it would be best to go around it.
How good it would be if all perils one encounters in their journeys could simply be solved by going around them. Once upon a time, yes. I simply have experience from adventuring together with
On
that traveling
podróżował
companion.
z naszą siostrą.
You know, Dane, you keep talking about that person this and that person that. Where are they now, anyway?
She no longer travels. I'm afraid that traveling can be too exhausting at times.
Oh, is that how it is? Well, why are you traveling alone then?
I still have some things left unfinished. Once they are done, I too will return home to rest.
Yes! And it's good to have a home to come back to, isn't it? We camp out a lot when we travel. Hey, once you find your sibling, we should find a place to stay too, shouldn't we? Mondstadt's Fisherman's Toast is pretty tasty, but Liyue's one-man restaurant is great too. Either way, we should settle down in a place where there's good food.
Serio? Jak nie zrobią dobrego zakończenia, bo jak pomordują wszystkich na koniec gry, to będę zły. Jeszcze zostało co? Lodowa kraina i koniec. Endgame. Już później tylko eventy i inne duperele będą chyba wprowadzać. No chyba, że jakimś twistem będą wprowadzać jakieś nowe rejony, jakieś problemy nowe, czy coś, by ludzie mieli w co grać. Ale z tego co słyszałem, twórcy Genshina już robią grę podobną. Także myślę sobie tak, że wprowadzą lodową krainę, końcowy rejon i zakończenie gry i skupią się na nowym projekcie. Coś znajomego poczuł na klifie.
What's familiar?
A familiar feeling, you say? It could be someone you know well, or perhaps a monster. Whichever it is, we should see it for ourselves, and thus see clearly. We can reach the top of that cliff from over there. Let's go.
No nie, no poczekaj, kurde.
Whoa, Dane moves really fast, doesn't he? Let's use that wind current nearby to catch up.
Yeah. Lecim na klif. Tak, i to tutaj była siostra z robotem. Już widzę stópki robota. Znaczy odciski. Ciekawe, gdzie oni poszli w tamtą stronę. Co to? Nie gadaj! Tu jest, miał być region... Nie tu. Nie, to tu. Czy to tu było? Gdzieś tu był region. Tutaj gdzieś. Przystań czy coś takiego. Gdzieś tu. No ale jest, patrzcie, jest świat. Czyli mają pole do popisu, mogą coś tam dodać. Dobra. Dawać przeryw.
Can you still sense that familiar feeling that you spoke of earlier?
But it doesn't feel like there's anything around here. No monsters, no people, nothing.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about this place. It doesn't look any different from the last time I was here. My traveling companion brought me here on our previous journey.
So, Dane, what about you? What's your favorite place?
Me? I no longer remember. I merely followed my traveling companion around on that journey. That's all there was to it. Huh? A ruin guard's footprint. A ruin guard was wandering around here? No peace to be found, even for a single dandelion.
What's gotten into you? You were just spacing out. Huh? You mean your sister? But how could that be? You only touched that dandelion.
Perhaps that dandelion bears some sort of scent that only you recognize. As for why, has it perhaps experienced something related to you?
You're saying some real
Do not rush. Vexation and anxiety are the enemy of rational thought. Your journey has only just begun, has it not?
Yep.
At least you now know that she is still on this world. At this time, the most important thing is the journey to find her itself. Yes, and this is something you must keep in mind as the meaning behind your journey. May you find your kin at the end of that journey. Well then, let us part ways here for now.
Huh? You're leaving? Already?
Only for now. Don't worry. We will meet again.
Akurat
After
dobrze.
all, I did take 500 mora and those 3 answers you gave me.
Ten. Gdzie by tu iść? Tam byliśmy. Tam jest Liyue. Dobra. Mhm. Idziemy do Mondstadt. Powinny być jakieś misje. Co to mi tu się uruchomiło? What the heck? Gdzie była ta misja z łapaniem ryb? Zapomniałem. Fishing! Yeah! Tu miałem zobaczyć coś. Już możemy robić? Jeszcze nie możemy robić. Szlak mi ich! Mamy 400 000! Mogę ulepszać. I znowu się ze wszystkich książek wystrzelam. A, nie! O, 50 level. Bossa. I kamienie potrzebuję. I glutki z potworów z Fontaine. Oj, oj, oj. Później będziemy polować na foki. Oj, 100 000 poszło. Uha! 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 Poszło. Co to jest? Co tu mi się tutaj pokazało znowu? Coś jest.
How did a genie that big get into Dory's lamp?
Dory? A, dobra. Czekaj, bo tu... A ryby też możemy namierzać, czy nie? Jest jakiś... Paproch mi... Albo rzęsa mi się zakręciła wokół. Idziemy do rybaka. Rybaku. Albo robaku. Idę do ciebie, ja. Będę ryby łapał. Na. Nantuk. Dobra, dawaj wódkę mi dawaj i łapię, a nie. A, jeszcze będziemy musieli zrobić przynęty na ryby, no tak. Dobra, coś tam pamiętam z łapania ryb. Przestałem łapać ryby chyba... Nie. Fontaine nie złapałem. U siebie na koncie. Gdzie ten gościu zniknął? What the heck? Nanuk, gdzie ty jesteś? Tu jesteś. Na. Tu będzie łowisko. Chyba nantuk. Dobra, dawaj. Łapanie, dobra. Rybki. Ja. Wiem. Się będę uczył podczas grania. Cicho. A możemy u ciebie kupić? Nie możemy kupić. Why? Iż. Nie za blisko, nie za daleko, by nie uciekło i... pasek musi być. No i fajnie. Nie! What the fuck, zaraz mi wpadniesz. Te zielone ryby musimy łapać. Super fajnie. Tylko tak. Każda ryba potrzebuje innej... zagrychy. Nie, to na robaka chyba było. Będziemy testować. Łap. Ciekło.
Steady now. It's the final. What is it? What is it? Is it another Paimon?
Kolejna Paimon. Ej! Tu no, hono. Szlak. To nie ta przynęta. Dajmy może na czerwone? Też nie. A to? A jednak. Ten napis! Schowajcie mi ten napis!
So close, so close. Stay cool.
Daj jeszcze trochę.
Wow, Paimon's
Jest i
stomach
ryba.
is rumbling already.
B. Dobra. Użyj. Dobra. Szlak. Już się żadna nie pojawiła. Ta zielona ryba. No i może złapiemy jakąś inną. Kom. Im więcej ryb złapiecie, tym szybciej będziecie łapać. Jak tutaj chcę zobaczyć, czy ryba się zrespi. Nie, czyli tak. Musimy poczekać do wieczora. Łowisko zmienia się. Jest rano i wieczorem. Także taki protip dla nowych wędkarzy. O, widzicie? Już jest ta zielona. Chcę. No, ogólnie jest zielona i pomarańczowa. Są jeszcze szczupaki. Te szczupaki też takie. Znaczy to nie wiem co to jest. Jeszcze nie odkryte. Będziemy musieli połazić, ale ja to prawdopodobnie będę łapał bez nagrywania, bo to co wyłączę później jakiś coś tam, creepypastę czy coś, będę słuchał i grał. Nie, kurde mi się pstrykło. Ryba dostała turbo, musi się uspokoić. Już zwolniła. Do 3 razy sztuka. Przejdziemy się jeszcze raz, może kupimy kołowrotek.
You've got it! You got it!
Trochę lepiej.
Wow, nice catch!
No i fajnie. Jest. Szczupak się pokazał. Też łapiesz na to, dziadu? Nie. Może na robaka ten. To bąbelki są. Przyspieszył, dobra. On już na sprincie dowala. Jeszcze bąbelki ma koło siebie. Zerwiłem rybę. No chodź. Czuj przynętę. Czuj. Nie to. Aż kurde. Co, czerwone? Chyba bąbelki. Zwolnij. A? Już? Jeszcze nie. No i może tu? Dobra.
Victory is almost ours! Wow, Paimon's stomach is
fajnie.
rumbling already!
Gościu za nami stoi, ja sobie łapię. Mhm. Dobra, dawaj, dawaj. Może kupimy od ciebie. Tak, wiem, teraz już jest odblokowany. Możemy... Nie mogę kupić, muszę się cofnąć. Tak, to. Ornament fish. Dobra, gdzie to jest? Tu. Tam jest. Fish. Madaka. Tylko to możemy? Tak. Rzuciłem na środek. No dawać. Czy każda pływa, a nie podejdzie. No dawaj.
Steady now, it's the final stretch.
Ja bym się śmiał, jakby we mnie piorun strzelił teraz.
Well, you couldn't have done it without Paimon.
Szczupaki się pokazały, czy tam... Ale my idziemy zrobić... misję. Ej, tu stąd, czy stąd? Nie mam żadnej postaci z Notlanu. Znaczy mam, ale takiej mobilnej. Chodzi mi o mobilność. Ifa tylko trochę lata. Tak samo Ororon. Mawlika to by przepłynęła, znaczy przejechała przez te jezioro, wodę. No to takie na skrótów by sobie zrobiła. Może będę musiał Mawlikę zawieszować, może nie, nie wiem. No i dobra, i tutaj możemy ulepszać. No tak, ja bym chciał już kupić od ciebie receptury. Muszę mieć tylko tak, 3 ryby muszę mieć. Tu też 3. Tutaj też 3 ryby. Za spławik. Nie polecam kupowania tych wędek, dlatego że te wędki działają tylko w rejonie. Na przykład ten Wingglider by działał tylko wyłącznie w Mondstadt. Dlatego polecam łapać na zwykłym. Kupcie tylko spławik, nie spławik, tylko kołowrotek. I co musicie kupywać, to te przynęty. No to tylko przynęty kupujcie i kołowrotek. I reszta was nie powinna tutaj interesować. Tylko tu jeszcze powinno być The Catch. Why? Dlaczego nie masz The Catch? To jest dziwne. To dziwne jest. Okay. Dobra. Która godzina? 4:26. Dajcie jeszcze jakąś szybką misję zrobimy, bo już mnie... Głód mnie kiszki wyżera i chce mi się jeść i... szczać w tym samym momencie. Co by tu zacząć takiego szybkiego? Dajcie tutaj pozbieramy. Od razu wam pokażę, gdzie jest skrzynia na wymianę. Musicie 5 dni dawać, czy tam przez 5 dni karmić lisy. I dostaniecie od nich skrzynię. A jest potrzebna, dlatego że potrzebujemy jeszcze chyba około 11 czy tam 14 skrzyń. I tu będę miał jedną skrzynię, 4 z podnoszenia, z tych zleceń. Tutaj powinniście karmić. Zostawiacie 2 dni. 1 dzień. No i dobra. Będę wiedział. W ostatni dzień się pokażą 2 czy 3 lisy i skrzynia złota. Dobra.
Let it rain!
Terra Smash!
Nie, ta mańka! Widzicie? No i dobra, pokonani. Pozbieramy fanty. No to już mamy na 100%, to już mnie z eksploracji tak za bardzo nie interesuje. Żeby tu cokolwiek biegać, skakać, szukać czegoś. Będzie pewnie na czas. Się wpierdzieliłem na drzewo. Mi się spadło. Nie? Jakich wrogów? Muszę ich odmrozić. Dobra, jeden. Nie ma nic. Jest i drugi. Gdzie ty tam po drzewach łazisz? Dobra. Mamy. Tak, przenosimy się tu. I co tu będzie? Tak, tylko to jest na górze. Szlak. Z góry spaść. O, tu jest. Musimy przebiec jakąś górę. To jest niżej. Dobra. I małe to do rondo będziemy musieli zrobić, tylko dajcie sobie to zaznaczę. Jakieś tu przejście. Nie w dół. A. O, dobra, już myślałem, że mi nosa urwało. Ale nie! No to będzie... Dobra, już chyba dolecimy. Tu niżej. Co tu na skalę? Jak myślicie? Pewnie tak. Gdzieś tu? Będzie pokonaj potworki.
No escape!
Nie w jednego. Beczka! Na łeb. Aha, dobra, po kolanach dostał. Chodź, chodź.
Terra smash!
Gdzie to jest? Dawaj machę. Zebrane. Tu? O, a tu jeszcze jedno. Dobra. Tomań. Ja. Spieszemy, pójdziemy do drzewa, zobaczymy, czy mogę oddać. I się pożegnamy na dzisiaj. Już koniec, zaraz będzie 5 godzina. Nie chce mi się zaczynać kolejnej długiej misji. Daj. No i fajnie. Zebrane. Nic trudnego. Tu jest... W lewo. W lewo. Tu. Będzie pokonaj Fatui, czy co? No i się zaczopowałem na... Masz coś? A, zieloną maskę. Dobra. Tu gdzieś... Jest gościu z tarczą. No i... No i w kogo ty strzelasz? Jesus. Też te. Łuczniki mnie drażnią. Ono tu. No i jeden. No i dobra. Gdzie tu jest drzewo? Ile tam jest? 50 za ulepszenie? Czy 100? 50 chyba. Primoge'em mi chodzi. Zaoferuj. No i dobra. 4 na 10. Ostatni poziom. Korona! Myślałem, że tu Primoge'em się dostaje. Ale jest, dobrze, korona. Będę mógł pierwszą postać na 10 poziom wbić, talenty. No tak, mam tylko jedną piątkę, także... A w sumie nie, bo jeszcze Traveler. No to dla Travelera będę miał. Jeszcze nawie mam. Jeszcze 6 koron by mi się przydało. Skrzydełka. Adventure rank. Myślałem, że to zwykły to nie robił. Ale dobra, już robimy wszystko na 100%. Jeszcze 6 kryształów mi brakuje, także spoko. Będzie trzeba poczekać na... No to w czwartek będzie... A nie, bo to 4 dni się chyba respi. Dopiero w następnym tygodniu będę mógł to zrobić. Lecimy stąd, się przeniesiemy gdzieś tu. W cieplejsze klimaty i zakończymy odcinek. Będzie 4:40 akurat. Także co? Ja podziękował. Rodzinka oglądający, odwiedzający kanał. Także co? Ja dziękuję, pozdrawiam. Widzimy się jutro na Wiedźminie Trójce. Będziemy grali. Zapomniałem nawet, gdzie my skończyliśmy. Także co? Widzimy się jutro godzina 19, tak jak zwykle. Też zachęcam te osoby, które nie zostawiły subskrypcji na kanale. Jeżeli się coś spodobało, materiałów sporo, już jest prawie 300 filmów na kanale, także jeżeli się spodobało oglądać, zostawić subskrypcję, łapki w górę, pięty, co tam macie, lubicie, wasz fetysz. Dobra, bo już gadam głupoty, głodny jestem. Pozdrawiam, na razie, trzymajcie się, hejo.